All right. I have a list of things. A list of things I'd appreciate to not have to have, but it's a list of things I have. This might be like this could either take 15 minutes or 15 hours. I don't know. One of those things. Anyway, I'm trying to get CurseForge to fucking load. Doesn't seem too incensed. Oh wait, it is incensed. I stand corrected. Hmm. Oh, why are you making me sign in again? What the fuck? That's so dumb. Why are you doing this? I've done nothing. I've done nothing to warrant this. Yes, dude, let's go. Don't give a shit, please. Allow. Trying to do shit. Thank you. Okay. What I need to do is okay, look, there's some problems that I need to fix. But I need to check the problems and see sort of what's happening here. My understanding is I don't know what. Because I have this, right? Like, hello. This is for the Baubles items, because apparently the Baubles items, if you don't have them configured, they still show up. I don't know why. Would that work? Would that apply to, uh, fucking this? Would it apply to this? Item damage distribution formatter. It does the same thing. Okay, let's look at the type hierarchy for this while my game loads. Brother. I don't care. Bubbles focus item. It has this too. Okay, so if it applies to the baubles, there's no reason why it shouldn't apply to the other ones as well. I think it would apply to the other ones as well. But why? I don't know. Or maybe it's not this, and instead it's the other thing? Question mark? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Because if those three work, then it's not. It's not this, right? It's something else. Why does this game take 9 years to load? With everything that DDD needs. Well, everything they can use. Alright, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, that's intentional, that's intentional, that's intentional, all that is intentional. So, right, so like this has a damage distribution here. When you look at a Bauble. And then there's so there's this, there's this which we'll take. And then there should be some other spell casting item. A wand. Right. A wand. Right. Right. But it currently says that and we get different spells. Spells. Probably greater fireball or something. And just slap this shit here. Hey, look at that. I know how it works. No. Why is my spider eye named me? Who did that? I did, clearly, but... Oh, well, this does not do... there should be something. Probably this. There we go. Now it has a spell distribution. Okay. and has this. Okay, so we have this, we have this, or this. These are the three things that do the thing. I don't need this. These three things. So now, from my understanding, I think if I take off this. Oh wait, not this. This. Does it still show? Oh, look at that. I see. I see. Okay, so there are a couple problems. It's just with this stuff. Wait, shouldn't this have a distribution? What is going on with you? Right? Okay, so there's a couple problems here. Oops, this. This needs to show stuff. It doesn't. This needs to not do that. This needs to not do that. And this needs to not do that. These parts are fine. This is fine. I'm curious if everything is fine. What's something that would be like just bludgeoning? This shovel. Yeah, no, this shovel's fine as well, so that's not a problem either. Even the materials that aren't defined work. Okay, so then there's nothing wrong with tinkers. What the hell went wrong here? I don't know. And I don't think there's ever a way that Tetra is a problem because I don't see it. I don't even think I have Tetra. Oh wait, I do. Because in order to modify something, I have to take something that's going to have a distribution and like put it in here, and then, you know, I modify it and shit. Okay, so it looks like there's 4 things that need fixing. This. These 3 are probably handled pretty simply. This one, I don't know why this one's not working. Okay, so the Lycanite's crafted equipment doesn't work, but the damage distribution compat things, these things. This is a mod compat tooltip formatter wrapper. It wraps this. And it's gonna format it using the tooltip formatter's format method. Which means it calls this thing's format method, which is 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 this thing's format method. Okay, this thing's format method goes down, goes down. Right, a format here. Right, we have this. It's that type text that get formatted text plus this that get key text. So that's what's showing the do the thing. Which makes sense. Why does it not show on random items though? That's probably has something to do with the handler. Which is annoying. Get distributor. It gets the base. If it gets the base one, it's doing this, otherwise it's doing this, right? Which I understand that much. If I make the tooltip strings, yeah, so this is what we're doing. We're making the tooltip strings. Where we get the applicable makers. Is applicable. Configured. And has that. Or that. And always show damage distribution tooltips. So either it's configured or it has the capability. Or the mob damage is not applicable and we're set to always show damage distribution tooltips. And so for unconfigured items, it's not going to be given a damage distribution. And it won't be configured. So this will be false, and then that's false, and that doesn't show. Okay, so that's why it doesn't show for those items, which does make sense. Now, why doesn't it show for... When I go to the tooltip formatter, no, not this one. Tooltip distributor, right? That's for this one. Here, we're here. Where we get applicable formatters. You're going to check to see if it's applicable. And it's going to go through them, and it's going to check to see if this one is applicable. Which I believe is under here? No. Isn't applicable here. It's in mod compat thingamajig. Okay. I'm here early for once. Hello! How's it going? And we check to see if it's configured. Right, which makes sense. That explains why those things don't show up. How's it going? Do I... Where's my other baubles thing here? Okay. Applicable. We check if it has this. And if it's applicable, we enqueue it. According to this. Not this one. According to this one. And then we're going to just straight up collect it. We just format it. Okay, which then brings us to the item thing. Item, 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 item. Where we call format, which eventually, you know, goes up or goes up the call hierarchy, right? Or like here, right? Where it formats, it does this, it checks if it should show is based on this, I'm guessing. Yeah, check if the key is held. So in that case, you know, if we're set to show, then we get the capability. We extract the capability, we apply it, and we format it. Right. So then when we format it, we're going to the item distribution formatter, which is actually, sorry, this one, where we have a should show dist. Which checks if this is a thing. Then we get the values. We adjust the weights. Then we do all this nonsense. And then we add that. This is if we should show the distribution. This differs from showing that this determines if there is content to show and if said content should be shown, regardless of the condition to show that content is met. Whereas the conditions to show the content is met are met. That's a fucking sentence, bro. I can't believe I write sentences like this. So then this goes in here. Why is that a check that I need to do? That seems dumb. This just seems, like, incorrect. Understand this correctly. And I check to see if it's present. I can check if it's present. Right, because it still shows this, and then what about the armor distribution formatter? I gotta check that. The categories is empty, it returns this. And so then if it does that, this is not gonna be empty. Right, because like this will not be empty. This, I don't think returns an optional.empty. It doesn't look like it does. Where am I? Here I am. I think I want this. If there's a capability, right, I see why this is on the thing. I still need this to show, regardless if the distribution is, if the capability is being shown. Which is why it's out here. But there's guarantees that it gets added. Because if you're not holding that, then that would be false, and that wouldn't do that. Which is why I have all that other stuff to show. Or it's why I have all these other things. Under the format capability for I should show distribution being if it's configured. Because in this, it's kind of brought up out here to see if it's applicable. And that's why. Which it checks it here. And since it's checking it there, that's why it doesn't show up for those. But it shows up for those because it's not doing this. That's something specific for that. And the baubles item just checks if it has this. It almost looks like, if you ask me, that this should be different. That this should have instead of checking applicable by doing this, it looks like that should maybe be baked into the tooltip formatter to begin with. Because then it would have all of these things. And I wouldn't need to worry about it. As the tooltip distributor. So if this I basically need to put an applicable thing in these ones. Now, I mod compat tooltip formatter is not here, which is fine. Terms if the object. Object, yes. Right, and so then this, what the hell? What do you mean? Oh my gosh, don't do this. Yeah, I know, dude. Figure the build path then, fuck it. I swear I ran into this problem last time, dude. What the hell? Yeah? Dude, I have it in my build cradle, you fucking guy. Dude, just like build it. Just build it and fetch the dependencies, like, goodness gracious. Oh, you're taking forever to resolve my dependencies. Come on. I just wanna, like, check these errors, fix this thing. Probably deprecate my tooltip maker enum. I probably don't need it. And that just goes into my tooltip distributor, which works the same as the mod compat as it does for that. And then, you know, everything's hunky-dory. Yep. Yeah, I know it failed. Did you fix my shit? No, you didn't. Are you done? You're not done. Can you be done? It's at 100%. I probably need to run like a Gradle test thing so that it like downloads these things. Pretty sure. Assembles and tests this projects. Yeah, can you do that? Yeah, right. And so this had some problems, which is fine. It's not implementing the thing that it's supposed to implement, which is fine. That's not what I'm worried about. What I am worried about is this thing right here. Do the thing. Like, re-download your shit. Fix my build path. Despite the fact... Why is this still here? I don't know. Despite the fact that it's right fucking here. Non-existing library. It's right fucking here. Oh my fucking god, dude. Remove this thing. I'm finding the things that are... Why can't I remove you? Non-modifiable. Why the fuck are you, like, literally the worst thing ever? You exist! I have you! What do you mean you're missing? You're not missing! Look, I'll prove it. Hurry up. I need a new window here. I'll prove it to myself, because that's how that goes. Users, me, Gradle, caches, modules, 2, files, 0.1. Org.Makito core 2.89 4 5 whatever. It has the source. Where's my actual thing? The fuck, bro? There we go. It finally had the opportunity to start bitching. I had to copy something. This makes, like, negative sense, dude. My workspace is slowly crumbling into a bunch of nothing, and I don't even know why, dude. What am I doing wrong? Whatever. Anyway. Okay, so now we're in business. Now we're fucking cooking, bro. Alright, so basically all these are gonna get put into the things. And more importantly, the abstract tooltip formatter, it doesn't define anything. There's the abstract key tooltip formatter, which has a should show thing, which is an abstract tooltip formatter. And then we have the abstract capability tooltip formatter, which finally defines a format method. And then we're going to do if not this dot applicable for T. I need to get the fucking registry string. Oh, shucks, bro. Whereupon get applicable makers gets this. Get registry string with metadata. Wait, how does, but this, where's my tooltip distributor though? This thing. Let's not get applicable formatters. Oh, okay. I might not always need the registry string, so only if I need the registry string should we do that. Boom, have it like this. This is so much better. Now this thing fucking screams shit, which is fine. Anyway, if it's not applicable, I want to return collections dot empty list. I think I'm gonna do that instead of immutable list, just in case for some reason shit gets added to it. Now all these things need to do is define it. And see, so then there's this, which I will deal with. right? And we're going to continue to go down the tree. So I have the abstract damage distribution formatter. No, don't do that. I want to check to see if this is always non-empty optional, because if it is, I will remove the optional from it. So this thing, for example, has a format capability 4, where this returns an optional of immutable list dot blah blah blah. This will return a get armor tooltip, which does return an optional, but this is optional dot of stream filter compare to sorted blah blah blah, then comparing collect. Filter. This is filtering the stream. So this is optional of we stream the map. We filter armor types, which is a set that contains, what is these armor types? Cap categories. Oh, like if it contains it and it's not hidden and the value is, when compared to baseline value, is not 0, then we sort it based on these things, and then we collect it by formatting it, and then we map it, and then we do that. Could that ever be empty? Like, what am I doing if I have an empty thing? I'm not adding it. And then we format it, and then if present, if format cap dot is present, do it like this. Because then I can throw this into here. And then we can have an else here. Oh, list string L equals format cap dot get, and then I can just have L here. Okay, that doesn't change anything. Good. Where am I? Here's my lang file. Howdy, how's the big hunt? The bug hunt? Well, I have a list of things, and it has led me to some refactoring, which does make sense. But it's annoying. No, no tooltip. Okay, we do that, right? Because then I go here, and I have a translator, and it translates it with the tooltip root, which allows me to do tooltips.distinct damage description dot no tooltip. So then I can, where are you used? You're not used anywhere. Why do you exist? Oh, you're protected. This makes sense. Hold on. I'm being a little dumb. iText component, no tooltip equals get component with gray color. No tooltip. Oh wait, I need to specify this in here to be correct. No tooltip equals no tooltip. All right, so then with this in hand, I go over here, and then this is going to be tooltip const.no. Okay, tooltip const.no tooltip. Boom. Put this here, which is going to be no tooltip dot get formatted text. And I will be right back. Okay, I am back. So we have this. This is okay. So this for starters, this is good, right? This is fine. Next up, I have to deal with this. So this thing needs to define. There's some things that need to define some things, basically, right? Looking at you, you have this should show dist. Otherwise, you return optional dot empty, which I guess is fine. And then I have this. So this should have an applicable thing where I do need to get the registry string. Okay, so this is going to define an is applicable thing somewhere, wherever I feel like defining it, probably above this. Applicable, where it will return mod config dot resist dot enable armor calcs, and I need to get the registry string. That's all I need to get. Why dot get registry string with metadata for the stack dot filter ddd configurations dot armors configured is present, or so it's this and this, boom, boom, t dot has capability. Oh, wait a second. Right, because this thing, if I have it do this and check for this capability specifically, it's not going to find the other capabilities, it's not going to find them. And then it's not going to say that it's applicable. And then it's not going to do it. Right, because it's not going to find the actual capability. Because I'm looking for that capability specifically. Now, I don't have anything that subclasses armor distribution yet. as so far as I know. But even in this situation, it needs to check that it's configured or it has that. No, 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 no. Don't refactor it. I've changed my mind once again. I've changed my mind. This is a waste of time. Everything here is fine. Leave that. Go into the tooltip formatter. I said go into the tooltip formatter. Banish this thing from the universe. Because everything works. Right? Like, everything's working here. Why am I making this hard on myself? If this works as is, don't fuck with the system if it works. Just fix the shit that doesn't work. Like, stop addressing the problems that work and start addressing the problems that don't work. I'll be way more efficient with my time if I do that. In other words, in integration somewhere. Integration. I think it's under util. It's not. Integration client. Yeah, okay, so this thing, right? We have this tooltip formatter, blah, 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 where it has an applicable thing. And then we have a abstract mod compat tooltip formatter wrapper. And we subclass this. This is going to be mod compat damage tooltip formatter wrapper. Item damage. Item damage tooltip formatter wrapper. That's a lot of fucking words. I don't think it needs to be abstract. Yeah, it should. Abstract mod compat item damage tooltip formatter wrapper. What the fuck is wrong with me? Why do I name something with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words? God damn, I make my life hard for no reason. Abstract mod compat tooltip formatter wrapper. Make this abstract. Put it in here. Who the fuck names a class this? Thanks for the hydrate. Why? Because past you thought it was cool. This is present me thinking this is cool. This one, it's like I come across a terrible idea. So I decided to take that idea and make it worse. Why? Yeah, no worries. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming. It might not be super long, so thanks for tuning in. Right, and then it extends this, right? So this is an item stack. And this is an item stack. Oh no, but you have the don't need that. We just need this, which we make final, so it doesn't overwrite it. Oh wait, 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 whoa, whoa, wait, whoa, 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 wait. This thing wants to check for specifically this, right? Which is an capability. Excellent. So this bad boy right here, we're going to have the constructor. We'll make the constructor protected, and it'll be super duper. Item damage distribution formatter. What the fuck? Item distribution formatter. Whatever. Idea. Alright. Get instance item distribution icon aggregator. Item damage distribution icon aggregator. I get instance. If I am to understand that correctly. Yes. Okay. Boom. Right. We have that. And then for this, I want to basically insert my thing from the tooltip maker. Brother. Where's my... I closed it. I want to insert this thing, where I get the registry string, check to see if it's configured, or if it has a damage distribution capability, and like all this stuff, right? To that end, I actually make this public, just so that it's accessible. It can be public. Change method visibility to public. So now that it's all public, now what I can actually do here is I can actually return tooltip maker dot item dot is applicable for T and Y. Blah, blah, blah. I should probably wrap it slightly differently. Y resources dot get registry string with metadata for T dot filter S goes to tooltip maker dot item dot is applicable, passing in T and S. Dot, well, that and T dot has capability. So I'm pretty sure that's everything I need to check for, right? Like the focus thing as well. Do I have it? Focus, yeah, focus item damage distribution formatter. Focus distribution item formatter applicable. Okay, it's different for each thing. Check for specific applicability. Okay. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Uno momento. Okay. I need to set a timer. I have 3 hours. Then I just have to leave. So we're gonna try and make as much progress as we can in 3 hours. Yeah, then I have things I need to do. So that's unfortunate. Okay, so then we check for specific applicability. Now, what I want to look for this. Can you? Okay, yeah, sure. Um, Open type hierarchy for this. Focused on this. This now extends abstract mod compat item damage. It's not parameterized. This is now check for specific applicability, where upon this will be here. Boop, boop. This is no longer needed. And it checks for that. And that's all it does. On compat item damage. We remove this. This needs to be check specific. Specific applicability. Check for specific applicability. This can be private as well. This can go away. This is nothing. And we do that. And the spellcasting item. Item damage. This goes away. check check for specific applicability. There we go. So now what it needs to do in order to actually do anything is it needs to check if this is applicable, which will now only cause it to show up for items that are configured. Right, because it's going to check to see if the item is configured, if the stack has the damage distribution capability, and it's not one of these, and we have this. Which means it will still show up as like bludgeoning and all that other stuff, right? The same way it always should. Okay, that is that, but what that doesn't actually solve is it doesn't solve this interesting problem with Lycanites. Now, does Tinkers have its own thing? Because it worked for Tinkers, so maybe Tinkers had its own thing, and that's why that worked. It's this, which extends damage distribution. Well, let's see how this goes. I should fix those three things, but then it doesn't explain why the equipment is not showing up. Okay, and now I need to open this folder as well, so let's go. That's the wrong folder. This was made right now, so put this in here. Okay, that fixes that, but doesn't fix that. That's fine. What else do we have here? Oh yeah, JI stuff. Freaking JI stuff, man. Come on. Okay, let's go. Let's see if this works. It shouldn't fix the Lycanites thing. If it fixes the Lycanites thing, I'm very confused, but I'll take it, I guess. But I'm suspecting more so that it's just not going to fix, or sorry, it's not going to fix it, but it'll fix the other three. The Thaumcraft, the Electroblobs, and the Baubles. As you can see, these have their stuff, and just to confirm, if I switch this to this, it actually still isn't list distribution. And this isn't listed distribution either, but this does. So that's a funny one, ain't it? Um, and now it shows this, and now it shows this, and now it shows this. And then if I change to this, it still shows the damage distribution, and it still shows that. This shows a damage distribution, but only then. And that is the really confusing part. But it works. I don't need to check weird shit. It just works. Okay, so now what draws this? Oh, dude! I know why. I know why. I know why it works for the Tinker's thing, but it does not work for the Lycanites thing. The reason it works for the Tinker's thing is that Tinker's Compat specifically requires like the base items to be listed, and then it modifies that distribution based off the things, right? And the Tetra, I think Tetra does a similar thing. Tetra tool distribution. It might not. I could do another wrapper. Or, no, the wrapper wouldn't work. This is a mod updating damage distribution, which is in integration anyway, so We already have that going for us. The tooltip distributor, how does it do this? If the mod compat is applicable, it gets the mod compat, otherwise it gets the base one. So if I register a mod compat thing, then it works, right? I don't want to register an individual one for each one. I don't want to do that. Look, if it's a mod updating damage distribution, then I should just show it regardless. Right, so the item is not configured, and it has the capability, though. No, it doesn't have the capability. Right, it doesn't have this capability. The reason why it works for the Tinker's thing is because the Tinker's thing is configured. The reason it works with this is because we have this. So, like, that's false. But then it's not one of these, and so then it works because we have that. But it's not that. See, that's the thing. Here's my mod updating this thing. And it extends damage distribution. But it doesn't, it's not its own capability. I see. I will need to create a little thing. I can wrap the item damage, right? So that it basically works the same way. and then I can get the yeah, because if I wrap that, it'll use the same formatter. Where it just needs to check to see if it has that capability. I think I subclassed this. And it superclasses the abstract mod compat tooltip formatter wrapper. There's something going to be final. I don't need this. And then we're going to have so it's not registered. I'm taking sort of the same approach that Forge uses with their universal bucket, where like anyone can call it, but like only the first call really matters. Right? And then this super item damage formatter dot get instance item damage icon aggregator, which item damage distribution icon aggregator dot get instance. So we wrap both of these things, right? Bada boom, bada bing. Then if it's not registered, I'm gonna do tooltip distributor dot register mod compat Just register this. Aren't you not? I use this instead of context. Right, and then we'll make it singleton, I guess, as well. Singleton instance, and then I need a singleton get instance. That's gonna be private. And so it has to have that. So for the crafted equipment, you're always gonna have, because those distributions can always change. So you always want those distributions to be showing, basically, right? So this, I think there was always item stack. I don't know why I have that generic. This second generic here is like kind of pointless because I'm always taking an item stack. Whatever, I'm not fixing it right now. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, it does not matter. 'Cause I thought it would maybe like format other things, but it actually doesn't make sense because we would only ever get right, like this is taking a stack, this is taking a stack. The tooltip distributor, stack, 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 stack. While this streams it as an item stack. So in other words, it doesn't need to parameterize itself, from my understanding. It really doesn't. It doesn't really change anything. I'm not gonna deal with that right now because I have a limited time frame, obviously. So it's not a big deal. And actually, for these things, I don't need to because oh wait, yeah. No, we're good. I only need to do it for thinkers, tetra, lycanites. I think. Let me look at the type hierarchy for this. Yeah, it's for a projectile. I only need it for tetra, tinker, and lycanites. Okay. What's the fucking thing called? Updating damage distribution. Oh, I see. Tooltip formatter dot register mod compat tooltip formatting. Lycanites equipment distribution dot cap. Right, and now I do it for tinkers. and tetra. Okay, I need this here. All right, so yeah, then we do that, and then lastly, I need the Tinker's one. This extends an armor distribution. We'll see if this one works. I'm not too sure. Tinker damage distribution, that's what it is. Okay. I think that's thrown right here in pre-init. Get item distributions, and then we do the specific pre-init. Oh, we register the capabilities here. So I might want to do this. Oh wait, that isn't specific in it. Whoops. That's exactly where it's supposed to be. Okay, so this is now done. Let's check and see how this goes. While that's going, you can mark this as 196. Alright, that should get everything working. That's just that. There's still the JI stuff and the armor calcs. I can look at the armor calcs thing. The JI stuff I might save for another time. I don't know. Alright, so now if I turn off this thing, these things don't show. This still does. Except, not really. So this hit a no tooltip info generated for this capability. Which, I've got some news for you. That's just a bunch of bullshit. You can kill a man with a lengthless tooltip. You really can, dude. Thankfully, this, like, you can't have both of these active at the same time, or... Actually, I think you can, if you set it to... Hold on. Let me just kill a man real quick. Never hide info. Yeah, there you go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I fixed, some of the stuff. I fixed this thing. Wait, no, this was the wrong thing. Imagine not info dumping. Couldn't be me. I configured this wrong. Good for me. So now this is no longer a problem that Shavox was going on about. They were talking about baubles, but it's the same for Electroblob's wizardry as well. It's the same system. And the same thing for Thumbcraft too. I know RLcraft ain't ever having Thumbcraft, but they use the same thing, so. And now this is broken, so I gotta fix that. It's not, like, the capability's there, but it's not putting it on when it should be, which is lovely. I love that. Oh wait, do I know why? I know why. Oh my god. Someone shoot me. And then tell me that I'm an idiot. Wow. I'm not overriding this just to do this, dude. Wait, what? Well, it was just crafted equipment. That was the thing, right? That I'm not like injecting arbitrary nonsense into my config for this. Just like skip this check. It showed dist, or I don't have the capability here, which is weird. Well, I mean, it's not actually weird, but I'm not gonna get it again because that doesn't make sense. It's you. You're the worst thing ever. Well, actually, it's literally just this that's the worst thing ever. Which checks to see if it's configured. I just want to wrap that and then just have it work. Is that too much of a crisis? Is that too much of a problem to ask for? This is already used, right? Hello? Do I need this? This seems like I don't need this. Okay. Question. What happens if I just do that? Maybe I've overcomplicated everything again. Wouldn't surprise me. I strongly bet that I overcomplicated it. Because I've already checked at the beginning, and then for anything that's like wrapping this and using this, it has its own checks in place. Right? Like, surely. Wrong one. Surely. Surely. Surely I just made things more complicated than necessary. Why'd my game stop responding? I just wanted to maximize it. Chill, bro. You don't have to explode. I promise you, you don't have to do that. Completely optional. I will eventually move this over to IntelliJ, I think. Maybe. I'm afraid of transferring this project over to IntelliJ. Do you know how much it will explode? You know how many explosions do I have to deal with? Probably a lot. Okay, let's see. This. Okay. Everything else seems fine. This is working too. Armor effectiveness. This is just the way I have the tooltips set up. Don't worry about it. Projectile distributions, those are working correctly. I mean, the projectile distributions obviously should. I didn't change anything. And these aren't configured for anything, so it makes sense that they don't have anything. Good. I didn't configure... I have no idea what the hell this is. I didn't configure the other stuff, but like this... Oh wait, this isn't thrown. Hello, it's literally just the spears, you genius. Projectile distribution. Okay, yeah, so then these still have their things, which is good. And they're bludgeoning because they're supposed to be, because I didn't configure them. So like this is fine. And then checking, what am I checking? I mean, this is fine. I don't need to check anything else here. This is whatever. Um, and all of these work, which is fine. Wait, what about the arrows? What if the arrows don't work? Firewood lists 0% piercing damage. That's really funny. It's actually not. Okay, so like these arrows do work. Okay, so I'll fire one of these arrows to make sure they work. I'll fire it out of any bow, it doesn't matter. Right, okay. I make sure they actually work. Get over here, Kenny. I have no idea. I didn't get to see that. Dude just fucking died. Hold up. Let me shoot you this way. Nope, don't do that. Yeah, acid. Why does it do bludgeoning damage? It does mostly piercing, but it did a touch of bludgeoning damage. That's... Right. That does some bludgeoning damage. Let me get some that doesn't do any bludgeoning damage. Like, hitting you with this. Oh, look at that. Hitting you with this doesn't do that, but shooting you does? Interesting. Why? That still did bludgeoning. Okay, maybe it's my bow. Just get a bog standard bow, like don't make it complicated. Sure, that works for me. This should be just straight piercing. Bow takes forever, god damn it. It definitely wasn't. Why is part of it this? Hello? What the fuck? Oh, I think I have some fucking modification thingy that's fucking it up. What scripts do I have active? Too many mods? Nah, there's some script. There's some script I wrote as a test, and I think that script is fucking shit up. I had that shit just yesterday. What, too many mods in a mod pack that just fucked with everything? Or DDD specifically being weird? I think it's this durability script. That would make sense. I was wondering why I was getting kicked in my pocket dimension when doing run client whenever I ran /game mode X. Oh, he had too many things going on. Okay, I think I know why this is happening. Turns out past me made a crap trigger script to test the CT plugin for it. Which kicks you when you do /game mode X. It's like, wow, it's almost like you did it to yourself. And that's the thing. I did this, I'm like almost positive I did this to myself. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is my theory. Where's my notepad thing? I'm gonna show you code written in Notepad because I don't feel like opening it in anything else. Where's my notepad? I'm surprised I don't have Notepad in this scene. I have WordPad. What the fuck, bro? Why don't I have Notepad? That's fucked up, bro. No, don't do that. I need... Oh my god, dude. My brain is, like, fried or some shit, I swear. My brain barely fucking works. Okay. Look at this. Look at this shit. There you go. Boom! Look at this script I wrote in Notepad. It's one of these item damage modifiers that reallocates 25% of the damage distribution to bludgeoning. Which is what's happening here. But it only does so if the stack is damageable, and the stack's current damage is less than 25% of its max damage. And I think when you shoot one of the Tinker arrows, it shoots it with 1 durability, which would be less than 25%, so it just does this to it. Although that only applies to items, not to projectiles. So I'm not sure what the fuck... I'm not sure I'm actually not sure if this is it. This might not be it. But someone's gotta go back in the past and fucking make me pay for my sins. It might not be that script. Hold on. You know about the VS Code plugin for Craft Tweaker, right? Yeah. I don't use VS Code. I wrote a tutorial on how to set it up. Oh. That is pretty cool. Wait, for VS Code or for... I don't want to have VS Code open on the side and IntelliJ when I'm trying to, like, mod shit. Like, autocomplete for Craft Tweaker? Oh, but that's pretty cool, though. Damn. Okay. Idea. Because I need a... Okay, fuck this bow. This bow's, like, the worst fucking thing to test my shots with. Where's my regular bow? Get me a goddamn regular bow. Not a goddamn regular longbow. A goddamn regular bow. Regular. Okay, that'll work. So, what I want to do is... I'm going to save and quit. Now, it checks the scripts folder. So if I rename the scripts folder to not scripts, let's open another program. My ass, it's open another program. I fucking closed everything. Oh, wait. I didn't close the notepad. G fucking G. Okay, so now I've put it in my not scripts folder. So now all I want to do is verify if I shoot this zombie with the arrow, it does distribution normally, and that there's no random shit going on. Please, for the love of God. You know? I'm pretty sure it was the durability script, which should only apply to items. But maybe the projectile... Oh, the projectile... I understand. The projectile inherits the distribution from the item stack, so it shoots it with the item stack with 1 durability, and then the projectile updates to match the item stack distribution. And the item stack distribution has that 25% bludgeoning transfer as like a durability little script thingy-majig. And so then the projectile inherits that. Despite the fact that this modifier is only modifying items and not projectiles, since the projectile copies the item distribution, it copies the modifiers too. Jesus. It's like the world's worst riddle. Could you believe that I have made a system this fucking complicated? That trying to figure out why certain things work or don't work becomes a goddamn puzzle? I don't want to deal with brain teasers. I just want to code. I know coding is one giant brain teaser. I don't want brain teasers in my brain teaser. Apparently, I can't get that though. If my theory is correct though, you kind of did that to yourself. I kind of did. Yeah, it's just piercing this time. I was completely correct. I 100% called it. Anyway, I don't need to have any of those scripts enabled anyway, so we're just gonna leave them like that. This works, this works, this works, this works, this works, this works, this works. Everything I could think of under the sun works. Yeah, these work. Okay, so if everything is working, nice. I like the aim mode. Fucking god damn it, dude. Oh my god. Alright. We're fine. Everything's fine. I'm not gonna have a crisis over this. I promise. Okay, so this works. This works. All the distributions for all the mod compat things work. There is one thing I need to check, and I need to check Tetra. Okay, so Tetra. Actually, fuck this. Check out those. Check out my new fancy shit. Nice. You won't recognize those, will you? Yeah, you don't. That's what I thought. Need some fancy shit. Okay, so this is slashing, and then I can put like some stone. I have diamond, so I'm just gonna do this. Okay, so this is a stone axe, and then this head, we're going to change it. I said we're going to change it. Crap, there we go. I forgot how this thing worked. Pickaxe head with the head material like this. I need a fucking hammer. Okay, yeah, see, and this still works too. The fuck's a Delabra? What the hell did I just make? Alright, that's fine. I don't care. I made a Delabra. So this works. And the Tinker thing works. And this thing works. And everything works. But wait, there's more. I go here. I go here. I have the right version. And then I go to this, and I change this to this. And I verify that this works, and 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 this works. Okay, it took me 2.5 hours to fix a dumb tooltip issue. But we made it. That wasn't even why I wanted to do all this. That was Chavoxy messaging me yesterday night while I'm in the middle of playing Vampire the Masquerade and be like, oh, fix this, and I'm like, alright, I'll look into it, I guess. That's not even what I was supposed to be doing today, but I did it, and that's fine. There's 2 other main items on the list. Good old Chavoxy, yeah. Right? Alright, so there's 2 things. There's the JEI stuff, which... Okay, so I think I've confirmed this is the most bullshit thing I ever needed. I don't need that. I've already checked for all of that shit. That was just an additional check that checked for shit that ruined shit. That was just past me stabbing myself. So, this, though, this is a thing. You know what? I need to I need to show why this is a problem. And to do that, I need to install my latest creation. My latest creation. That's right, I have to add something else to this shit. Not that that's really a problem, but... Apparently... And this might be hard to prove, but apparently damage calculation isn't right. That's right. This entire time, damage calculation might have been wrong. Actually, not damage calculation, specifically armor calculations. Damage calculation is absolutely not right in its head. DDD damage calculation is actually mostly right. I think armor calc is written by a drunkard. Yours truly. Not actually a drunkard. You mean your own? No, I mean, yeah. I thought Moj armor calculation, like regular armor stuff for Minecraft, is like unnecessarily complex. I get the idea of the system, and the idea of the system makes sense, but it just doesn't really work out. Like the whole diminishing returns on armor points versus like damage actually reduced versus like, you know, more damage not applying as much, like it's just nonsense. Those armor points you see at the bottom in your tool in your hotbar, they might as well not even be there. Because you cannot reasonably use that information to make any conscious decision other than I have more armor points or less armor points. And obviously more armor points is better. Now because I'm in creative, you don't see it, but like I guess I could switch. That 1 armor point I have right there, all I know is that actually it's technically 2 armor points. All I know is that technically 3 armor points is better than 2 armor points, but I don't know by how much 3 armor points is better than 2 armor points. I would assume that 3 armor points is better than 2 armor points in the same way 2 armor points is better than 1 armor point. I would assume that it would be, you know, constant. But it's not. It's not constant. It depends on how many armor points you have, and depends on how much damage you're taking. It also depends on your armor toughness, which is an absolutely hidden stat. Except recently, when they started to sort of like show it in the tooltips. I mean, I think they normally show it in the tooltips, but like the game doesn't bother to explain what this is in any capacity. Look, I have my opinions with the armor system. I had to work with it for this mod. I am entitled to these opinions. that said, it is the way it is. I'm not gonna fucking deal with it. Oh wait, yeah, and this is not radiant because yeah, I hear so many wrong info about toughness. It's so like, oh, armor toughness makes you take less damage. It's basically like extra armor. No. Decreases throw damage is 4 times stronger than armor. Like what? Like no, it just makes it so that your armor can stand up to larger attack sources better. Which is like I made a whole ass guide about it and I still can't put it in a single sentence. Armor toughness? Okay, I'm gonna attempt to put a description of armor toughness in a single sentence. Armor toughness is a complex mechanic that very rarely will make a tangible difference in gameplay that you're actually going to give a shit about. Boom. That's armor toughness in a nutshell. Okay, so what with my latest creation, I'm actually just gonna leave this in this. This is just gonna forever stay here. Because this is actually really useful for testing stuff with DDD. This actually like really helps. It's just another way to debug things, technically. So you know we're gonna use it. Anyway, so armor. This has let me have these tooltips make sense for a brief moment. Well, not that they don't make sense. Armor tooltip format plain. Yeah, plain. Oh, percent. What the fuck is plain do? Maybe if I read my fucking thing. As approximate armor and toughness, the armor provide per type. Okay, yeah, no, I don't. Actually, let me see what it says for this. It'll say locational armor. Fuck, dude, that's not helpful. That's like really not helpful. That's true. But on mobs, it obviously doesn't use the locational armor toughness. I should fucking take out first aid. Alright. BRB taking out first aid because I don't need first aid for this. Pain, not plain. Yeah, basically. Get first aid out of here. I'm pretty sure DDD first aid compat works perfectly enough to the point where I really don't need it in my testing environment to actually figure out if it works or not. Now, if by the end of the week Chavoxy messages me and says there's a problem with first aid in DDD, I will have seen it coming. At which point, I will suplex them. I'd like to not have to load the game fucking 3 times just to check this one thing. But basically, what I want to do is I want to see how many armor points are being provided, and then I'm pretty sure DDD's math is not right with the way it distributes the armor, but it might be, and I don't know for sure. It could just be one of those situations where it's like, yeah, that's mechanics as intended, even if it is, you know, ambiguous. Come on, work, load, finish, go. Okay. I think that was the fastest I navigated through the main menu. If you continue, yeah, continue. I like how it says if you continue, blah, 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 these entries will be removed, blah, blah, blah. And then it's just yes or no, not continue or go back. It's just yes or no, which I feel like these buttons don't really accurately describe what it's telling me to do. I always have to read that and go, wait, why yes? Why no? What does this mean? What does this mean? Anyway, this. Notice against... You can see against bludgeoning and slashing. Against slashing, this thing provides like no armor at all. 1.2, 0.9, 0.45. Like, yeah, you have like barely any armor. .2, 1.35. Like this is technically more effective against slashing. But everything else about the same. .75, 3, 0.75, right? Like you could see that it's a thing. Anyway, the point of that is if I throw these out here and I put this on you and whatever. Don't. Whatever you're doing, don't do it. This thing, don't do it. Motherfucker, please. That's fine. This thing can have heavy, because not like that's ever gonna make a difference. So, against a diamond sword, yeah, against a diamond sword, the smite isn't gonna make a difference. This is 100% slashing. This is 7 base. You would expect most of that to go through, because we're going to have 0.45, 0.9, 0.45, so that's 0.9, it's 1.8 to 3. So I have 3 points of armor, well, the dummy, whatever, has 3 points of armor to protect against 7 slashing. Which means, while it would normally have 20 armor points, right? Because this provides 3, 8, 6, 3. Normally has 20. It should get a minus 17 armor penalty, basically, when I hit it. And it does! You can see that. That's pretty cool, right? No shit. And we can see that the damage is reduced, but it's reduced from 7 to 6.83. Okay, why does this matter? Because now, if I take a wooden sword, this is 50% slushing. It's 50% slushing. 50% slashing and 50% bludgeoning. So I'm going to have 3 armor, but I'm also going to have 2.1, 5.6, 4.2, 2.1. 2.1, 2.1 is 4.2, which is this, which is 8.4, which is 9, 14. I should have 14 armor and 3 armor. Now, according to sync damage descriptions, under 4... No? Under resistance, the armor calculation rule. For all armor values that are applicable, DDD will add them together. This typically means that damage gets split into multiple types will be resisted more easily as the effectiveness of armor will be added together. So, This means it should add my 14 armor and my 3 armor, which should give me 18 armor. 17 armor. I can do math. Which means I should get a -3, right? Allegedly, right? But for some reason, I get a -23, and the damage goes through unresisted. Something's not quite right. I didn't get a -3, which is what I expect. I got a -23. Now, whoops. If I change it to max, we'll take the maximum armor values that are applicable, so DD will never give a higher armor value than the highest armor effectiveness rating that is applicable. In this case, I should have 14. 14 should be the armor that's used, so it should give the dummy a -6, which it does. It does give the dummy a -6. And because of the way armor calculation works here, it reduces everything evenly. Even if this distribution itself were not even. Which I think I can probably find a distribution that's not even somewhere. Like this. This is bludgeoning and piercing, though. Do I have a thing that does slashing? There should be. There should be a Lycanite part that does this. This is piercing slashing. I don't want piercing slashing. Just give me something that's fucking slashing without the poison. There isn't any. Cool beans. That's fine. I can fix this. It's not a crisis. I just need a matic. Do I need a matic? Do I want a matic? A matic work? Yeah, a matic would work. A matic would probably work. Just get me an axe head. This is bludgeoning and piercing. I want something that's bludgeoning slashing only. Bludgeoning slashing. Awesome. Now get me a shovel head. Shovel. And a handle. A tool rod, excuse me. And this thing has a touch of slashing because the matic itself... Sorry, the matic itself does a touch of piercing. Right. Give me any binding. Any binding that's not gonna, like, change something. This is bludgeoning slashing. A different distribution of it. Right? But we can find out that it still does the same thing. It still reduces it... Well, it reduces it evenly, but redistributes it so that it's still weighted correctly. But just because I have, like, more slashing effectiveness doesn't mean it reduces the slashing damage more or whatever. Because armor calcs are weird. That said, this shit... from before, that's some shit that don't work. That is definitely broken. And then there's also average, which will average it, which it'll average my 14 and it will average my 3, which will be 17 in half, which should give me 8.5. So I should get a minus 11.5 on hit, which I do. Okay, good. The only thing that doesn't work is this thing here. Or sorry, this thing here, where it adds it. So this actually allows me to pretty easily, you know, hone in on what the actual problem is, which, thank God. Okay, and this is why the dummy is helpful, because I couldn't figure it out. So close this shit. Close this. I don't need any more tooltip related stuff. Okay, yeah. So any tooltip related stuff, be gone. Your tooltip thing, be gone. Your tooltip thing, be gone. Your tooltip thing, you can be gone too. You are Tetra integration, which I don't care about. Your Bauble integration, which I've technically fixed. Your tooltip, you are tooltip, you are Spartan stuff, your tooltip, your compat, whatever. Your compat, your compat, your whatever, your this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I need that. I don't need this. I don't need that. Abstract tooltip. That's tooltip. That's tooltip. That's Lycanite stuff, which I don't need. Oh yeah, I need to check the conarm stuff too. Okay, leave that available so that I can check that. This is tooltip, whatever. This is other stuff that I don't need. Help me. Look at all this shit I have. Anyway, I've closed some of it. Probably under damage calculation. It's not. Probably under here. Armor calculation type. Add. Right, so evals for each. I added merge after filter. These are the values. Merge after filter. It gets the maximum. And then this averages it. From stream reduction on a stream of armor values. Let's get a call hierarchy. Fear me. My god. Okay, under the hurt stage. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. So. Okay, so. This is where we're at, right? It works for the other two, which leads me to believe that it's the way that this is working. We get the armor, we get the toughness, we add them together. And then we filter out the not null stuff. And then we merge it. Yeah, okay. So far I'm with you. So far I'm with you. We classified the armor. We set armor classification to the classified armor. We get the damaging types from M, which is a damage map, I believe. Yes, it is damage map, so that's going to be from right here. So we get all the damaging types. We filter if the damage is greater than 0, collect all that. These are the damaging types. Then we filter out all the non-damaging types, and then classified for each armor map. That's fine. What is classified here? An armor classification, which has a bunch of armor maps. Because this thing, distributed armor effectiveness, original armor values for each armor map. Oh, for each one, right? So like the head armor, all that other stuff. Okay, yeah, I get you. We remove for each one we remove it. Add missing types to the armor map. Damaging types for each classified for each armor map. Map.contains, we put a new empty armor values. Okay, so far so good. Calc that set new armor values map. Which just sets it into a hash map. Okay, sure. Calc that get delta armor. This.armor. Which is under the damage calculation. Right. We set armor classification. Setting the armor classification sets it to that. And then this gets the how can I get delta armor? This dot armor. What else does this use? Set new armor values map. Right, and that's after I already set it, so that's fair. And then for each armor map, in that slot, I merge lordy lord. Okay, I gotta figure out where it was, where I did the damage and stuff. Okay, that's same minus 11.51. Looking to the debug, where's the one where it got the minus whatever? Okay, here's the wooden sword thing. Okay, but back further, back further. Here we go, okay. So we have 3683. This has armor values 5.6 and 1.2 for the chest. Armor values for slot chest is minus 9.2. What? Armor values for slot chest. Armor values that gets slot. This is where it merges all of that, but this is where I have this. What the fuck? Handle potential negative armor values. Is this where we're at? Negative armor handling. I map it av.sub classified.get original armor values. Slot. So it'll sum them together. From my understanding, it sums them together and it gets 5.6 and 1.2, which gets me 6.8. Get original armor values for the slot. Original armor values. When I create a new armor classification, what am I putting in there? Maybe 8, right? And then this is, it's passing it in normally because I haven't changed that. Which means this becomes, I subtract this. Return this dot sub. This dot set values. This dot armor minus armor. This dot toughness minus toughness. AV dot armor. AV dot toughness. I mean, the fact that it works for everything else means that like this is not the problem, but I don't know what the heck is going on. Right, so it's taking these entries and it's gonna add it. It's gonna add 5.6 and 1.2, which is going to get me 6.8. And then it's going to subtract the original armor values. Well, actually, no, it merges it after it takes this map, which is an armor map. Which is going to map type to an armor value, which is what we have here. we take this, and we map it, we map each armor value, and we subtract the original armor values. Well, does it subtract 8 on both? I subtract 8 on that and subtract 8 on that and then add it together. That's basically doing all that and subtracting 16. Which is not correct. Which would explain why it doesn't work. Let's see, this is 6.8. Minus 16. Yeah, no, that's how it's getting that value. Then why does this work for max? Because it doesn't, it subtracts it from both of them, and then it just takes one. Whereas it subtracts it from both of them, and then averages them. I think those operations don't end up caring, right? Like, I don't think the order ends up mattering. If I'm to understand here, I think what I can do is do this, right? This is going to be a stream of armor values. Just add the armor values together. Then, obviously, I can't map it. This gives me an armor value. And then from that, subtract this option here. Right? Basically, add them together first, merge it into one, then subtract the original. Which is what I thought it was doing. Instead of subtracting from each one and then adding them together, add them together first, then subtract. That way you're only doing the subtraction once. Subtracting from each one and then doing the average is going to be the same as taking the average and then subtracting one. And subtracting from each one and then taking the max is the same as taking the max and then subtracting the original. But adding them together and then subtracting the thing is not the same as subtracting the thing from both things and then adding them together. That's why it's different. These operations cannot be done differently. This should fix it, which is nice. We appreciate that. How to lie using mouths. I'll tell you no, I'm great at those. In fact, I've been lying for how many versions of DDD? More than 4, maybe. Probably more than 4. Probably 9 whole versions of DDD. This bug has existed. And no one even worried about it. And the first aid combat should still work because that just changes the armor values that get seen, not how those armor values are like handled or whatever. And that's done before, I think. I think that's done. Where is that done? Where is that stuff injected into? Oh yeah, that injector is done afterwards, where it injects that stuff and then it applies it as an armor modifier. So it does all that based on that, and then there's the first aid injector, which... How does that work? How does that work? How does that work? How does that work? Boop, boop, boop. Where are you? Here you are. Actually, this does not have thing. Oh wait, it's under the first aid integration. I said, oh wait, it's under the first aid integration. Thank you. Register armor tooltip injector. Register valid armor slot injector. Register armor modifier injector. Where it does those attribute modifiers to get all that stuff. Is after it's taken all of that armor and put it together, and then... And the combat... Oh, sorry, not the combat tracker. Not the damage calculation. The combat calculations. This is a map which maps enemy equipment slot to armor values and modifies it based on that. So it modifies it for each slot. We still haven't even applied an armor modifier thing yet at all. We've just done those calculations, and then everything else does its calculations on top of that. Okay, this makes sense. This sounds like this makes sense. I'm really good at convincing myself that what I'm saying makes sense. I'm really, really good at it. Alright, so now, when I hit you, that's because you're on your own shit. Why you still get minus 23 though? Wait, because I didn't move it over. Yeah, I didn't do that. I am genius. That would explain why. Oh, well, and I can't actually delete it from my mods folder and insert the new one because I have the game open. Who'd have thunk it? Huh? Let's try that one again from the top, shall we? This is just a basic calculation, so then everything else should still work. Everything else is operating under the assumption that the original calculation was correct, so this was the only thing that was a problem. And there's just the JEI stuff. Maybe I can, you know, crank out the JEI stuff. Apparently it's just as simple as just loading the capabilities for the items that don't have things set up for it. In other words, more tooltip stuff. Yay! Alright. Let's make sure this is working correctly. Wow, it gets a -3 to go to 17 because 4 plus 3 is 17. I didn't say that, fuck. 14 plus 3 is 17, holy shit. And it works. Yay! This means that this mod isn't broken. It was just DDD that was broken. Which we already knew. We already knew that DDD was a fault. Alright, so now, according to everything in the universe, this works, but notice this one doesn't work. But this one is this, and this one is this. J-I-Y. Right? That's what I want to know. I want to know why. I want to know what kind of shit you're on. And I also want to look at some config item that, I don't know, there's got to be some. Okay, damage, item-based damage, don't fucking undo changes, thank you. The spectral pickaxe, spectral sword, what is this? Oh, it's the group claw, gotcha. The slime sling, aha! Oh, and the stone torch. These are modded items. I want to see if the modded recipes work. So, Torch-chan, hello. Oops. Oop. It does not. It doesn't like me. Despite the fact that this is marked as fire damage. Alright. And this is not working. And this is not working. And this is not working either, by the way. Just fun fact. And this is not working. And this is not working either, because it should be a touch of lightning. And that's not working either. Right, you get the idea. It doesn't work. But the slime sling, notice how they all have a touch of acid damage. And they all obviously don't work. Yay! I'm mad. Okay. Get me out of here. I just spammed my chat console. That's lovely. Okay, so the armor calc is fixed. Cool. Remove that from my fucking to-do list. Good. Now it's just a JEI nonsense. Now, I might need to write a specific JEI thing. Or... I don't know. I don't fucking know. So, back to some tooltip shit. Alright, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, or this, or this, or this, or this. I forgot to check the goddamn conarm shit. Let's check that right now. I just want to make sure tooltip-wise this thing shows up correctly. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it was only the damage thing that was problematic, but I need to verify that it shows up correctly. I'm going to do that now, so I don't forget what the problem is. I don't need this. Combat results. Don't need that either. I don't need this. I don't need math. You know, while this thing is loading, basically, I'm just gonna be closing things that I don't need. There's a bunch of config shit that I don't need. Bauble's handler? What's this Bauble's handler? Oh. Yeah. Wow, I've cleaned up shit. I've cleaned it up! How much time do I have left before I gotta peace out? Specifically 56 minutes and 20 seconds. Got it. Alright. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. I wanna make sure the con arm thing works so that I can then be sad when other things don't work. Oh, it would be in... I think it's under the Tinker's Tools. Yeah, it goes under Tinker Tools. Alright, so like it still shows its armor effectiveness and shit. I have no idea what added this. Under God's favor, whatever the hell that is. Right, I just wanted to make sure that it still showed up correctly. And yeah, it's showing up correctly. Now this is how you kill someone with a tooltip. Stretches the entire fucking screen. There's probably another one that's just like every single thing under the sun. Anyway, I'm not wasting time with this. It works. Okay, good. That's what I wanted to check. Make sure that it was still working. It did already work to begin with. Okay. Now, for the JI stuff, what I'm under the assumption of is I'm assuming that we check this, right? And we get the distributor for the item stack, which is either going to be mod compat distributor or the base distributor. But the mod compat stuff, I don't know. This uses a tooltip maker, and the tooltip maker, what I'm guessing is happening here is the item is configured, but doesn't have this capability. And the mob damage, yeah, that. Okay, actually, I need to load the, I need to load the fucking game again. I need like, I should not have closed the game. I closed the fucking game as it was loading up. No, I closed the fucking console. No, I closed the game. Oh no, I closed the console. Okay, there's no console. I don't need the console anyway. Move your ass, game, please. Thank you. Okay, so this thing. I'm curious if it will show the armor distributions and the shield distributions and projectile distributions and stuff. Because if so, then it's just an item damage problem, which narrows it down. You know, that narrows it down a lot, actually. I don't want to have to write a whole JEI plugin. I don't think it's necessary. Okay, let me see. Let me see. This should. I want to check the armor. I want to check with and without the always show damage distribution tooltip setting, because that also might affect things. Because currently I do have it set to show, so that when it shows the recipe for this, it shows it as just bludgeoning damage. Now, if I take this option and turn it off, right, it still shows, and it still shows that. Right, so in this case, I see what's going on. Right, that's set to that, that's set to, right, but it should be this, but it's not. Because this item, I guess, doesn't have the capability or whatever, which is fine. But you can tell that it's supposed to have the capability because it tries to show it, it just doesn't show it correctly. So that is heading me in a particular direction. Yeah. Where's my chestplate here? So like this shows shit. This doesn't. This does. This doesn't. So it's also affects armor because it has the same sort of idea where it's configured but doesn't have the capability. So it applies to that too. Now, arrows, right? Normally, arrows, they have a projectile distribution, all this other goodies. The damage distribution is incorrect. The projectile distribution, well, this is technically the default projectile distribution. So that actually doesn't really help me. I need something that has a different projectile distribution. Maybe a spear. Right, because this projectile distribution should be bludgeoning, right? It does still show bludgeoning here, so that's interesting. Snowballs don't have a projectile distribution listed, which is fine. Let me look for projectiles. Yeah, it's these charges, which I guess technically I can get. Okay, yeah, I'm assuming it's all of these things. There's the tech gun stuff, DB wizardry, Spartan weaponry. Spartan weaponry is all piercing except for the explosive arrow. Okay, we have some options, which is fine. So this, the whirlwind charge here, right? If I look at the recipe for this actually does still list the correct distribution. Okay, let's take a look at something else, like the explosive arrow from Spartan weaponry, once I can find it. Uh, right. There it is. Projectile distribution is bludgeoning. This says piercing, but this is incorrect. And this lists bludgeoning, which it's supposed to. Okay. So, from my understanding, the items are not working, the armors are not working, the projectiles are working, and there's the shields. I don't think I have shields on right now. Yeah, I definitely don't. What options? Is this gonna require a game restart? Probably. Oh shit, let's go. Okay, and it doesn't work with the shields either. The shield just doesn't list anything. Okay, so it's not working with pretty much everything except the projectiles. Because they all have the configured or has capability thing, which means they are configured, so it has that. I see. I see. Okay, so in that case, I now sort of have an idea of what's going on here. We have a cap extractor that attempts to extract a capability. And then I'm guessing what happens is that it falls back to the default, right? Because the damage distribution one. Okay, the item damage distribution one gets the damage distribution, and then what? Implement the implementation of this. It does all of this, it tries to get it, and then it falls back to the default item damage thing. Right, and that's how we end up there. So, in the, I can check if it is default. I don't think it has an is default thing, but I can check if it implements this. This is a capability. Assuming this T is now formatting an item stack. Right, because this is an item stack. In that case, if it's an item stack, I see. If it were an item stack, then I could just generate an item stack using that to try and do that, or I can just grab the information I need. What extensus? Let me see a type hierarchy for this. Armor, Huela, Armor resistances, shield distribution, Tinker, tool part formatter. I could probably use the config to try and grab that information, but I would like to. If it's a default distribution, I want to check if this is a default distribution. If it is, I basically want to replace this result with the result of like going through to the config. But I need to know which config to go to. Which is a thing. Or instead, I can instead take a look at this and see if it has capabilities. Which was done. which was done. Where was it? Go back. Go like way back apparently. They checked to see if it had a capability, and if it didn't have a capability, they just put it on, right? Like that's what I remember seeing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. Um, if they had the capability, they added it. If not, they just whatever. MFAT. You can make it null. Copying it doesn't do anything. Tools event.get item stack. Stack.get capability. Wait, didn't I see something that allowed me to do that? Oh, this is the item. Okay, where the heck? This is the copy. This is the capability stuff. This is the capability dispatcher. This is its capability MBT. I really just have to get the stack compound and check and see if it's... I want to write everything though. I definitely don't want to have a fucking mix-in for this. This seems like fucking baloney. This has the has and get capability. There's no way that's a good idea. There's gotta be a better way to determine if it exists without having to like dive into it and stuff. Get tag compound. Yeah, but see, this stack tag compound does not read everything else. And retrieve from stack.get capabilities, which is not true. There might be a get capabilities thing, but I don't know. No, it's just these two. This is where it's going to do all of this. I don't want to mix into this, dude. I'd rather not. But it might just be easier to just mix it into item stack to see if the cap MBT is null, because if the cap MBT is null, and that means there's no capabilities, and then I can literally just call forge in it on the stack, which would fire the events to attach all the capabilities, and then we're good. Though, is there a better way to do it? I'm thinking it might be better to try and figure out which items it doesn't show up on. Well, every item... Okay, here's the play. I might need to mix in, just for a touch of stuff. Which is annoying. I hate it. I hate it, 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 because I have to do all this other shit that just completely cuts my flow off. Where's my mix-in package? I need help. I, there we are. Alright, because I mix an item, I don't have mix an item stack, so now I have to make a whole new thing. Just so I can do shit. And like this is gonna change. Anyway, I'm pretty sure I need a mix-in. I just need to access the cap NBT. And I need... Yeah, because this is used. I just need an invoker and a shadow, I think. Or no, I guess it has to be an accessor as well, because I need to access the outside thing. Yep. Okay. All right. Item stack. Mixin. This is item stack dot class. I'm not gonna have enough time if I can finish this. It's lovely. At accessor app nbt. Pretty sure that's not how it's spelt. It is nice. And then I need an invoker. I think it's fortunate. And now I have to go over to here, right? Right into here, I need the... No, don't do that. Save it. All right, cool. So now I should be able to... What I should be able to do here, if I am correcto, using the invoker, right? This is where it casts it and then does this, right? Good shit. Awesome. I also have an accessor, which should allow me to access it. So, right, I haven't done anything wrong. Help me, please. Cast it. What do you mean? I did it that one time. I don't care, it's fine. A build might fix it because it'll do the mix and stuff. And now if the cap MBT is null, then what I want to do is I want to do asm stack dot do forge in it. It's the same object. It does the forge in it, right? We're just going to then do that. And now I need a map. Import this. Then what I want to do is get registry name, get registry string with metadata for the stack. Wait, can I just do configured on stack? Operations. I need a key. Items dot configured or ddd configurations dot shields dot configured. If it's null and it should have capabilities. Okay, if it's null, then we'll get it. Get registry string with metadata probably for the stack. If present, this is when we do the forge in it. And then we do cached generated capabilities. Well, if should have capabilities. I need another if inside. I guess I'm just gonna map it. If it contains the key for that, we're gonna return s-generated capabilities dot get for that. Alright, so then that'll do all of that. Assign this. Put the stack here. Put the stack here. That's, in theory, what I want to do. In theory, what I want to do is I want to check all these things. And make sure that we cache the information, basically. That's sort of what I want to do. I might not be able to test this right now. I just want to make sure that this works correctly. Okay, what are you complaining about then? Unibody is neither value nor void compatible. Types intersect cannot be converted to that thing. But it should. I want to locate obfuscation mapping for access or target. Wait, well, why this one work? Yeah, it takes that. Alright, I understand that. But why do you work? I don't like this, but it does solve my problem. So, I mean, hey, if it does that, it does that. Alright. Build, make sure this works. And then I gotta go, and I don't really have time to really check this. Well, I'll have to do it later, but basically, that's more or less what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to wrap it early, more or less. Well, I don't know if early is really the word, but I won't be able to check this on stream. If it doesn't work, I'll be back tomorrow to fix it, basically. That's more or less it. It does seem to generate, the idea being that if it should have capabilities, then it will cache a copy of the stack that has the capability, and then it will return the and then it will use that, right? If the capability MBT doesn't exist, this probably works. And then in the future, if the capability MBT is null, then it gets the registry string. If it should have capabilities, it doesn't need to redo the fortunate because I cache a copy of it. In theory. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me. I gotta run. So that wasn't even the right transition. But you know, say what me. I might be back with this tomorrow. I might be back with something else tomorrow, programming wise, or maybe we'll be back with something completely different. I don't know. I still have to figure that out. But I gotta get out of here. So thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you all coming by and watching this. And I'll see you guys later. All right. Have a great rest of your day. Peace.